just went to get some form. She'll be back. Just went.
Do we need?
Do you want me to take notes? I can.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, let's get started because we're on the timeline.
That's what my building like.
So I think I'm all right. I'd like to take this time to remind everyone to please turn off their cell phones or put them to vibrate. The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is called to order. Don't sit down, John. Can we have the Pledge of Allegiance and Trustee Marvin, would you lead us?
Please join me in honoring our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dr. Kinman, would you have the roll call, please?
Yes, Trustee Sanchez.
Present.
Trustee Broughton.
Present.
Trustee O'Neill.
Present.
Trustee Stefan.
Present.
Trustee Marmon.
Present. Okay, thank you, sir. The board meeting agenda pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2b2. The board may take actions on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present. That there is a need to take immediate action, that the need for the action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda?
No.
Okay, hearing none, the agenda is confirmed. We are going to convene to closed session, and we will be back here for open session at 10:15. Am I correct, Ms. Weaver?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
10:15, we'll return. Thank you. And we are moving. Comments will be timed, and you will be asked to stop speaking when the timer sounds, and there is a timer on the screen. Please understand the board welcomes your comments, but is unable to respond to those comments, okay? And we do have one request to speak to the board today. That'll be Alejandro Hazan. If you want to have a seat, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and Phi Theta Kappa students. I wanted to personally and publicly say thank you for giving us the opportunity to celebrate our student accomplishments at the Phi Theta Kappa All California Scholarship reception last week in Sacramento. For me as a faculty member, it was such an honor to be there for our students and celebrate their accomplishments. For me, it was very invigorating to honor them and to be there for them and to hear their stories as well. Unfortunately, Octavio couldn't be here to speak, and he shared with me his introspective journey as far as being a college student and a father, and it was very humbling for me to hear his story as well as Thomas as well. He has overcome so many obstacles to finish his education and to not only be a Phi Theta Kappa member, but also earn this very prestigious Coca-Cola scholarship. And it was such an honor for me to be there, and I always like to stay positive and encourage students. And for me, it was a very humbling opportunity to speak with our president, Kinnaman, and as well as network with other colleagues from across the state. I had an opportunity to meet with our Phi Theta Kappa colleagues from Columbia College in Central California. And it was really great to see the interconnectedness of Phi Theta Kappa across the state and across the country and internationally as well. And I'd like to continue this tradition and serve College of the Desert as being the Phi Theta Kappa advisor. It really motivated me to strive for higher heights and to encourage students to apply for Phi Theta Kappa scholarships. And I would like to continue this, and on behalf of myself and Thomas and Octavio, I want to say thank you to the board and thank you to the foundation for giving us this opportunity to celebrate our students' accomplishments. So thank you once again, I really appreciate it, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Having no other public comments, we'll move on to the agenda item 7. Are there any corrections to the minutes of the regular meeting of February 14th, 2013? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved. Okay. The next item of business, reports. And we will begin today with the ASCOT report. John, Laura. Morning, John.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members, and President Kinnaman, distinguished guests. I'm glad to be here today and speak and share a few things about what ASCOT has been doing for the past month and will be doing in the upcoming weeks. On March 4, 2013, ASCOT attended our annual March in March in Sacramento, California. And we marched to the steps of our state's capital to advocate for better funding and improved resources for higher education in California. We took about like a busload of 50 students who were all very pleased and happy to attend the wonderful event. Also, during our visit in Sacramento, we met with our local legislators, Brian Estande and Victor Manuel Perez, and we to inform them about how College of the Desert students are being impacted with the budget cuts and how important it is for them to vote in favor for the improvements of public higher education in California. Also on March 12, 2013, the ASCOT Student Senate reviewed the ACC-JC draft follow-up report that I believe you guys will be going over today. And we made several recommendations and forwarded to Dr. Jim Berg as a perspective as a student. Action was taken to recommend the draft of follow-up report, and we urge the district board members to vote in favor of this document. And we commend everyone for their hard work on such a tight deadline and response. Also, ASCOT is working very closely with our Green Council Committee to help College of the Desert become a more sustainable campus. On March 5, 2013, ASCOT approved a draft survey that will be distributed to all the staff and faculty members so they can have an opportunity to share ideas with us. How can we make our College of the Desert a more green campus? And our hope that as we move forward is College of the Desert will continue to improve on how we stay sustainable here on campus. And just to share a few upcoming future events with, on April 5th, 2013, ASCOT will host its annual Club Olympics, and this is where students will meet together and go through a series of competitions and activities to determine who will be the winners of this year's Club Olympics. And on April 29, 2013, we'll be hosting our first talent show, COD's Got Talent, and this is for students who will have an opportunity to showcase their talent and also to have fun around campus. And that will conclude my report for today. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here and speak with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
College of the Desert Adjunct Association, David Bayshore or Kathy?
I have no report.
Thank you, David. COD Alumni Association, Jean Marchou. Good morning, Jean.
Onward and upward.
Onward and upward. Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Kinnaman, administrative staff, and most welcome guests, good morning. The Street Fair had 3 very successful days during President's Day weekend. The 3 days grossed $60,748, and we had 185 merchants on the optional selling day of Monday. We are currently in our high season at the Street Fair, where we bring in most customers and normally have a full house of merchants. The Alumni Association's annual Hall of Fame Gala will be held on Saturday, April 20th. The event will start at 5:30 p.m. and take place at the Rancho Las Palmas Resort and Spa. The Alumni Connection newsletter has been printed and will be mailed out to 10,000 people shortly. This issue focuses on the Alumni Pathway Scholarship students. It's a different issue, and we're very proud to have all these students in this issue. The Alumni Pathway Student Scholarship Club had a network picnic lunch on campus on March 1st. And on Monday, March 25th, the club will take a busload of students to tour USC and UCLA. The student club is also planning a day of fun at the Ice Castle on April 5th. The Alumni Association gave College of the Desert another check for $45,000 in support of the Student Campus Work-Study program. This check completed this year's alumni pledge of $135,000 in support of campus work-study. A check from the Alumni Association was written out to Pathways to Success for $150,000 in support of student scholarships and mentoring. A match of $125,000 will be made by Pathways to Success to bring this year's alumni scholarship total to $250,000. Now, if you add the Pathways match, the scholarships, the campus work study, the $50,000 for the bus program, this brings a total of $435,000 in student support from the Alumni Association thus far this year, and we're awfully proud of that. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Gene.
And I would like to also add that in some cases, like the new ping pong tables, things like that, the alumni does if you ask them. And they do a lot of those little things that I'm sure add up and make things special for our students around here. So we appreciate all you do, Gene.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, California School Employees Association, CSCA, Laura Jimenez. Good morning.
Good morning. I've been fighting. I'm a little bit of a cold, so I apologize for not submitting a written report. Chapter news. Dr. Kinnaman spoke and answered questions from classified staff attending our chapter meeting on February 22nd. We very much appreciate his candor and willingness to answer every and any question. Everyone looks forward to the next time. Thank you again. Unfair labor practice. We have kept the board apprised on the progress of the unfair labor practice CSA has filed in regard to a vacant classified position in the financial aid office. At this stage, the Public Employee Relations Board has issued a complaint and has scheduled an informal meeting at PERB between CSA and the district. This means that PERB finds enough evidence to issue such a complaint. We hope that we can address this issue before having to expend future time, resources, and money. Personnel action forms. CSA is continuing to be very diligent in protecting classified positions from inadvertent changes that may adversely affect current and future classified staff. To this end, we are in agreement with the district pulling personnel action forms that were intended to extend two security officers from 10 to 11 months. This is an issue that inadvertently left these positions without a minimum guarantee of hours. Various unrelated crises prevented the resolution of this issue before this board's meeting. We hope to resolve this before the next time that we meet. The issue of flexible hours has come to the forefront in this and other chapters of CSA. We have been asked to be extremely vigilant in this regard. New confidential position. As we understand, HR will be amending this agenda item such that the board approval of the new job description will be subject to the ratification of CSA as a proposed change to Appendix B of our bargaining agreement. Typically, your approval comes after we have submitted such MOU for approval to CSCA and ratification of the chapter. We have agreed to work with HR on this change in order to expedite the process of hiring this position. As you may be aware, part of the work of this position was in the job description of a classified staff. When this classified staff retired, our chapter agreed to transfer this work to HR in an effort to prevent layoffs at the time during difficult economic times for the district. The position requires previous negotiation only due to a settlement in 2009 regarding a unit modification. In the future, we hope that HR will let CSA know early in the process that a position is to be created to allow the processes that we as CSA must follow to come the way that they need to be accomplished. But we're working together, and I appreciate Stan and his office working with us to make sure that everything is done according to the rules that CSA has, Ed Code, and all the various different policies in place, both with the district and CSCA. And again, as always, continue to thank all of your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Good timing. Shocked me. Next would be COD Foundation, Jim Hummer. I don't see Jim in the audience.
Jim's ill. He's ill and won't
He's
be able
ill,
to be.
okay.
You know, if we could just take a second. I know we have a 3-minute limit. If somebody gets to 3 minutes and they go 10 seconds on and finish what they're saying, I don't think we're gonna be really on that.
Is there another ringer we could put in the thing? Sort of something
I
softer.
thought somebody had their phone on.
I did too. So if we get just sort of like a little tone would be nice,
You
and
could
then we
turn it
can let
down.
people, none of us
You
can
know,
be
I don't think
startled.
we've ever turned anybody down that wanted to extend what they want to talk about. So we have a 3-minute as a guideline, and
Thank you, Trustee Marvin.
take it as that.
I think you can adjust that, Michael, we'd appreciate it.
Except for Becky. Becky takes usually 4 or 5, and that's way too much.
God knows I tried.
Next would be the Academic Senate, Zarel Becker. Good morning, Zarel.
Good morning. I don't like that buzzer, so I'm going to make it really short.
I don't like it either.
I also have a bit of a cold, so. I would just like to highlight a few things from my written report. The Program Review Showcase is scheduled for Friday, April 12th. We're combining it with the Planning Council this year so that they'll be able to see it and we won't have to repeat. And you are all invited. We'd love to see some of you attend if you can. A formal invitation will go out. But for those that don't know the process, we have 5-year program reviews that are due for each of the programs on campus on a schedule. So 1/5 of them are each year. So I think there's about 8 this year. And they submit those reviews to the Outcomes and Assessment Committee of the Senate. And then as part of the validation process, they give a summary presentation to the Planning Council, to other faculty, to anyone from the public that would like to attend. So it's usually sort of interesting to see what's going on campus. Our last Meet the Faculty of the Year will be Tuesday, April 2nd during college hour, 12:30 to 1:50. We were hoping to have the fall schedule so we could start reviewing that with students. Unfortunately, that's delayed because the Chancellor's office is delaying and everything just sort of snowballs. But we will still have a nice opportunity for students and faculty to get together in the Hill. And again, all are welcome. At the next Academic Senate meeting, which is next Thursday, we will be welcoming a student senator. We're very pleased to include this. It's something that we've talked about for a long time, and we'd like to thank Carlos for getting it together. We even have a name tag ordered, so this is going to be... Now, our academic unit name tags are paper, but the student's going to get one actually engraved. We have to work on that. So we're looking forward to the input and whatever. Okay. The last item is one that... 1 minute. I'll try to do it here. The last item is the Vice President of Business Affairs, and I did mention this in my report, but I would like to reiterate that there is an issue with this job description from a faculty perspective. And the issue is that in the minimum qualifications, it states that you must have 5 years of recent experience. If you are a faculty member, a full-time faculty member, your last 5 years have probably been teaching, and that makes it difficult for that to also be in the area of finance. So if we want to encourage some of our internal candidates, we need to be a little bit more careful about stating the minimum qualifications, or be very, very careful in how we define the word recent, if it could be in the last 20 years or how we define it. But we really don't want to kick out good candidates by putting something like that in. So my minutes are up, and I don't want the buzzer. Thank you.
Thank you, Zarel.
Zarel, when they do their program reviews, are we going to be able to ask questions?
Absolutely. It's not a
Faculty Association, Gary Bergstrom had a last-minute urgency. He could not be here this morning, so we have received his written report. That takes us to the Governing Board reports, and we'll begin with Trustee Broughton, please.
Start the clock.
Yes, definitely, because I intend to run over it, yes. As many of you know, I spent at least 10 days at the fair. So I have to tell you that it was a very good fair from an educational point of view and a very good fair for College of the Desert. One of the Queen's Court was a COD student, so she came away with a very nice scholarship. But you could also see the influence of the college to many parts of our community there at the fair. A number of you came and visited. Mary Lisi was there for opening day ceremonies. That was fun. We had at the Battle of the Bands, which is a big opportunity for local bands to compete, that is sponsored by the supervisor's office, John Benoit's office. There on the stage announcing was a gentleman in one of our beautiful KCOD t-shirts. So we got a little publicity there, and he also did a great job, so he was a good spokesperson for the college. The winners of that contest came away with vendor equipment, so that's sort of a nice prize too. There we had people from the college community that acted as judges, and so it was a very good community event. I have attended, as with my fellow trustee Bonnie Stefan, attended a 2+2 COD Indio meeting. We've never figured out the 2+2 because it's ourselves, the president, their city manager, their major building person, at least there are 2 of their council. Okay, but it's a very good opportunity for us to compare notes and see how our building program's coming, and to keep up a good line of communication. So all of those 2+2 meetings don't work out with different community groups. This one has been very positive and productive, and has helped keep us all using our time and our finances to the very best points. I attended an East Valley Friends and Alumni meeting, very productive. We're working on a potential colleges for you presentation and continuing to explore ways that we can be influential on the bus pass situation. So we continue to fight those windmills. An agenda review meeting and central campus redevelopment meetings, but probably one of the most exciting is an upcoming thing that's going to happen on March the 23rd. It's a Power of Knowing Higher Education Conference that's going to be held at CV High School. College of the Desert is a sponsor, and I believe that's thanks to the Alumni Association. If I misspoke, then forgive me, and I'll give the credit to the proper place. We are going to have Congressman Dr. Raul Reyes there, and it'd be very nice to have him back in his community. He has a wonderful story, which includes knocking on doors and asking his neighbors to help support him to go to college. He promised that if they would support him, he'd finish college and he'd come back and serve the community. He's done exactly that. And I thank Mary Jane for making that connection so that we, the college, were invited to be a major part of that day. So it's going to be a very good time. It'll be a good chance for COD to be there, to be available. We know that many of those students, we are their best choice. So it'll give us an opportunity to showcase ourselves and for them to take that step toward college. They will not only be the first students in their families to go to college, they're also often the first person in their family to graduate from high school. And more times than we choose to remember, they're the first child in their family that got past the 6th grade. So this is a huge step. We are their extended family. We are their support. So I thank you, Mary Jane, for helping us to be there and reaching out to those students. That concludes my report and my 3 minutes.
They already started it.
Okay, Trustee Marvin, we'll see how well you do in 3 minutes.
Oh, no.
Hey, well, I've submitted my report. You'll see it in the minutes. I have, this time, I think, 6 colleges for you presentations scheduled, and I can't imagine what I put in those little kids' minds, but probably good for them. I wanted to spend a little time discussing this. Student newspaper. I look at it every once in a while so I know what's going on. And they're learning like everybody else. And I did have a chance yesterday, I was going by the area, not on purpose, to see where they're at now. And went in and talked to the gentleman that wrote this article. It's the one about the chairs. And I have some concern about it, that it happened. And basically the young man had done, I think, you know, you could either get on him about the article or you could say, thank you, you brought it to our attention. And I think one of the things we're trying to do is use it in a positive way. I did tell him that this should not have ever had to happen. In my opinion, it never should have got that far. But everybody's so busy with things. And what I told this young man also is that it's a great picture. It looks like it was staged, but that's another thing. You know, he'll fit right into the newspaper business. He did a good job, and he was willing to talk about it, and I was trying to be very positive with him, and he was too. I think he just, and I let him know this, and I got a chance to talk with Wade about it, and I said, you know, we already ordered new chairs before this article even was written. But the fact that it had to be written is another story. I think we're all responsible. It should be routine that everybody buys in to the fact that we had some chairs that were 12 years old, and they were brittle. There were those ones, you know, you used to sit back and you'd say, whoops, and you hadn't even been drinking. They got brittle, and some of them started to break. And to me, there could have been a lot of ways it was handled. Back in the old days, if we had a chair in the gym and somebody sat on wrong, I threw it out. It's tough to do it when you're in a classroom, but the word should have got somewhere and it shouldn't have got there. And I know this, that the board and our president would be embarrassed, and I'm embarrassed about it too, that we even had to have this article. I think we all have the responsibility to step up and call it to people's attention. And then if we can find out who didn't carry it on, then we have somebody to point at. But you're probably never going to find that. I know this, there should have been 3 or 4 different avenues to get there. It could have been the faculty in that classroom. I know this, if I had a bunch of chairs that were broken, I would have certainly said something to somebody. It could have been somebody from maintenance. It could have been the nurse. Supposedly some little young lady got cut. You know, this happens, but it should not be a big surprise. We should be ahead of the curve on this, and I know we want to get there. I had a couple kids that went here, 3 kids, and if they had to sit in one of these chairs, I would be embarrassed. It looks like the guy's on an overseas flight sleeping. Probably was too. So anyway, I had some concern. I just wanted to chat with them and say, look, you know, there's got to be a different way to handle this. Let us know, because everybody here would have done something about it. We don't need to see that, and it's not a cost. The thing that bothers me a bit is some people try to take a political agenda here, which wasn't necessary in my opinion, but you know, it's there so they can say what they want. I'm thinking that if we can come up with, first of all, we have to hold everybody responsible to report those kinds of things, because if we don't know about it, you can't do anything. And I know everybody here is working hard and trying to do things the right way, and we have chairs that are not comfortable for students to sit in. We're buying new chairs all the time. And so they've been ordered. Some of the broken ones have been taken out. Some others were moved in from an area where maybe we weren't using all the chairs. And so we will take care of it. But in the future, there should be a way to handle this. And it's all our responsibilities. So I will chat with the president about the possibility of a box over there, a heads-up box, not a suggestion, because everybody's got a million suggestions and I don't want to do some of them. A heads-up box that says, did you know? You know, stick a note in there. If somebody would have put a note in there that said, we got 7 or 8 chairs that are broken in this classroom, I know that the president would have done something about it, or whoever else you want to look at it. But I think it's a way to catch anything. There are some things happen around here where maybe somebody could trip or that, and somebody notices it, put it in the heads-up box. if you don't want to go and make a big deal of it. And we'll get to it. So I'm just trying to be more transparent if we can, try to get ahead of the curves. And I feel for these students, and it could have come through the nurse could have reported. You know, there's a million people that could have reported. I think everybody's thinking somebody else is, or it's not my job. Well, to me, this is important, and I think it is to all of you, but it's something that just goes by and you say, my God, how did this happen? So that's my report.
Thank you. Trustee Sanchez-Folk?
Just to make, I think it's very important, Trustee Marmon, that you mentioned that having these forms available for the students, the faculty, the staff, a process where they could just maybe email the college and inform us at immediate speed that these are some concerns that, or alerts that we could do something about. So I think that's very important that you mentioned that. Thank you for that. Just also want to mention it is Sunshine Week, and what does that mean? The whole, how we want to be open and transparent government from, so I just kind of want to mention that to everyone. And part of my report as well is having just served now for 90 days as a new trustee, I'm still considered a new trustee here, been a lot of learning, a learning curve. And I want to thank everyone once again that I come into your office and I want to schedule a meeting with you because I want to learn and I want to see what the college is about. So on February 19th, I attended my first COD Green Council and also the Ascot Club Rush Day. It was very informative to find out what is going on with the students and the student governments. What a fantastic Club Rush Day. The students were engaged. There were booths right out there. I personally met with every single club table, so I thought that was a great opportunity to bring that culture of students to the College of the Desert, so I thought that was awesome. During the month of February, I also attended the Stepping Out Foundation performance. I thought that was a great event. February 20th was the College of the Desert art reception at the Marks Gallery, Desertscape Pictures. Please don't forget to go. It's still being shown at the Marks Art Gallery. What a beautiful idea that we're having students show their artwork, also part of that exhibition. I think that's great when you bring your students from your class and they have that opportunity for the first time in their lives to be at a gallery. That's what College of the Desert is about, to showcase and have a learning opportunity for students at COD. And that happened in my life, so having that opportunity to showcase is very important for artists and student artists and fellow artists here in the Coachella Valley. So really great opportunity to witness that. Also attended the Cup of Happy. These are some awesome organization that College of the Desert partners with, which is called Open Mic. And those that don't know about that is where students, the public can come and showcase their arts. So it's just a great opportunity. It'll be going on next week as well. So just kind of giving a big shout out to those that put it out and College of the Desert partnering with the Cup of Happy. That's a great program as well. March 1st went to College Day at UCR, and we brought a student. Hopefully it's a program sponsored by a Puente Project, which is put all over the state of California. I was so humbled and honored to speak in front of over 300 Southern California Community College students were there, and share our message and why we're all here for, let's transfer you to a 4-year university. That's our main goal. Our main goal is to have them, and we're waiting for you. So the message that they received at the Community College Day at UCR was, we're here, the 4-year are waiting for our students. So COD was in the house. It was a great opportunity. There were busloads coming from East LA and other parts, but we were there and present, so it was a great opportunity. One of our student government leaders, Eleanor Campbell from Ascot, made a presentation. She was up on stage, so I just want to let you know that we're shining out here at College of the Desert because we're letting our presence known. It was a wonderful opportunity to show leadership. So I want to mention something about the Desert Hot Springs 4th Annual Chili Cook-Off, which I attended. just brings a lot of people to the Desert Hot Springs area. Also was something that was so special. We couldn't have done it without the staff, the faculty. Adrian, thank you. Putting the packets together physically again. It was called co-facilitated by the Boys and Girls Club of the Coachella Valley and ASCOD. So thank you, Andrew, as well, and John, for all the student leaders that came out and presented. It came from the students' perspective. So students hearing other students about financial aid, standing room only event. That if you saw the eyes of these high school seniors, it just made it all the good things that COD is doing. And it's students talking to other students. So that's a wonderful opportunity. On March 11th, I met with Matt McGinnis from, I can't pronounce this, Eastbro. It's a third-party company, is that right, Eastbro, that manages the bond. So met with him. It's just getting to know what is going on at COD, and that's our bond. For those that don't know, they're here on campus, and they're in the North Annex. So that's something that we need to know, and if the public wants to know what's going on, just a fantastic, they gave me a handout of what is going, and you could go also on the COD website on the bond report. So got to meet with him and get an overview of, and he took time to explain that, so I thought that was great. Also, I attended on March 12th the COD bond oversight meeting. Very very informative. So just kind of getting to know COD in the different levels. Also met with a lot of the staff on many projects. Adrian kind of giving me an overview of what his duties and responsibilities. Met with Carlos to know about Student Life. Thank you for spending time with me and explaining what we're all trying to do in Student Life. So that helps me get a grasp of what's going on at College of the Desert. More of the awesome things that we're doing. Also met with CVEP, the CIO, to get an overview of the wonderful programs that COD and CVEP have partnered with. We need to start talking about these, just these great programs that we're doing. That we do a lot of things in the community that nobody knows about. So just maybe we need in my second report, I kind of want to add, I wanted to put that in a future item agenda, getting an in-depth report of the non-credited side of College of the Desert and what things we're doing on that side with CVEP. Very important to know and let people know what we're doing. Met with on February 27th, I met with the Foundation Executive Director, Jim Herner and Peter, knowing a little bit more about the foundation. Very interesting and very informative. Just trying to get an overview of the COD Foundation mission, background, and history, and how instrumental. And something that it was so, for me, and I'm going to use this word, humbling, and so proud of the students of the College of the Desert and Andrew's leadership to put together, and I attended every single subcommittee, Andrew, that he did to put the March for March, and John putting that all together in the bus. So I took the bus, 8 hours going up and 8 hours coming down, and the professionalism, the organization, the leadership. And when we went, our students were right on task, asking the right questions about affordable education for the community college. They were all, as all faculty members, I want to address this to all professors, they were all did their research and homework, and you would have been so proud. They asked the right questions. Andrew, just want to thank you for all the work you did to put that in. I want to also acknowledge Carlos, under your leadership as well. And he was also on that 8-hour bus ride, going and forth. And there was also another faculty member that also came, and I want to thank you as well, Steve Creek, that showed up for 8 hours and 8 hours back. The highlight was the opportunity to talk with the students and what an impact. We also, something that he didn't mention, but I just kind of want to mention, a lot of the students were able to go to an assembly session up in the gallery. So a good handful of them got to learn what an education, and just in that education of being able to see that assembly meeting live. So I hope to see more of these types of projects, and I want to thank the foundation, and also because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able as well to be part of this education, leadership building, and what COD is truly about. So pushing more of these types of leadership with our students, and they're right here, they're right now, and I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm so grateful that I was able to be part of that, and just awesome, and hearing the stories. Just want to also, sorry for taking so much time, but it's just I'm so excited to mention all the great things that COD and everyone's doing. There's so many that is going on at COD, but just kind of want to highlight a couple. There's also something else that's going to be coming up on March 27th. Is going to be a LEAD conference, which is happening. It's the Latino Education Advanced. This is our 4th annual. I'm inviting everyone. It's from 8, starting at, it's a free event for faculty, staff. It's a great event for Inland Empire. It is the first time College of the Desert is being asked to participate. We're going to be moderating. I'm going to be on the panel and going to be introducing Congressman Raul Ruiz on higher education. We're going to be shown over 113 countries. It's going to go nationwide. It's going to go through all the universities and the community college. So I'm so honored, and I want to extend that invitation to everybody. It's on March 27th, starting at 8:30, and if you need additional information, I can provide that for you. So what a great opportunity that College of the Desert will be participating in that and being shown and live televised to 113 countries. That is all in my report. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. Trustee Stefan.
This has been a busy month for a lot of us. I started the month off, Friends of the Library had a celebration of life for Millie Bird, which I attended. It was a wonderful opportunity for a lot of us to reminisce about our dear friend and the life that she had led and all the contributions that she had made to College of the Desert. I also attended the opening of the Mark Center. I was, unfortunately, I had to get back to my school because we had a Cash for College night and we had some COD students coming to help us. Thank heavens, because we never get enough people there to help with the parents and the students getting those forms filled out. But the opening at the Mark Center, I was so impressed with the student work. They had done student interviews and then they had created art projects. And they had big binders there which explained the student interview so that you could go back and look at the artwork. And I only got through about 3 pieces and then I had to leave. So I've got to get back over there and finish that up. But that was so wonderful to see that work. Let's see. I judged at the fair the Lads and Lassies, and John Marmon's wife also judged that with me. We had a great time. It brings me back to my childhood because I grew up in 4-H, so I'm the one that, when the cow comes, the kid walks the cow by, I'm asking the questions of the child, and then I'm patting the animal, and I got drool all over my hand, and everybody said, what are you going to do with that? And I went, well, that's why I wore blue jeans. I grew up in 4-H, so that's kind of like taking me home. But it was great to talk to all of those students and see where they're going to college and in their future and what their plans were for education. And just have the opportunity to see all of that and see what was going on in our community. I also attended the social event that Desert Sands had for their new school superintendent, and our president, Kinnaman, was there, and so I introduced him to the board members over there, and that's one thing that I'm going to really be pushing for is 2-on-2s with Desert Sands this year, 2-on-2 meetings. Desert Sands also had a health fair, and it was something that I thought was really great because they have a lot of options for their medical benefits, and I know we're getting options with our medical benefits and things. And the state is pushing for, and the national government are pushing for health reform. and the health fair, preventive medicine is one way of getting people out into different things. And I thought it would be great if we could do something like that here. So I was really happy to be able to attend that. This year I had the opportunity to attend a conference called Teach the Teachers. It's put on by Riverside County, the court system, and it talks about the juvenile court system. And for 31 years of teaching, I've always wanted to go to this one-day event, and I had the opportunity to do it this year. And so I took them up on it, and it was a wonderful event. They had a DA that spoke about parenting skills. I'd love to get him to come and speak to my students' parents. They talked about all different things, and it's things that my students, high school students, are involved with firsthand that I had no inside knowledge of. And it gave me a better perspective to understanding them, and then also understanding the students that we get, because we get a lot of students from the east end of the valley, a lot of the students that go through the juvenile court system and deal with the different elements there, and the different agencies have come here to COD because this is their second chance. And there was one training program that I'm going to be talking to Dr. Kinnaman about later that they do in Riverside County, and they do it in conjunction with one of the community colleges over there. And it reaches these children in small groups, and I thought, heck, we've got the facilities here, we could get this going, and it's a special program that might be able to reach some of the kids before they really get in too deep with the gang activities. So that, I thought, was really a great experience and something that I could bring back here and find out what we could do to help out. I had the opportunity to be trained by NAMI at my school site, and then I met with the different speakers afterward, because some of the NAMI people, NAMI is a group of parents, teachers, family members, and individuals that are dealing with mental health. Family members are ones that are related to teachers, could be just teachers of students. That's why we were trained in it. But I spoke to several of the speakers afterward because several of them had come here as part of their rehabilitation. And some of them were coming here when they were diagnosed with mental health issues. And I thought it was something that more of us need to be informed about. And there's more people out there that we don't know about that do have mental health issues, and we need to be able to help them and reach out to them. But I thought it was great that COD had been able to help some of these individuals. I took a private tour of the HR department. It was a wonderful facility. I'm going to go back there today for the open house, because I hope they'll have some refreshments other than water.
You are welcome.
Okay, and I know that a lot of people, I hope, will be going over there today to see it. We had the 2-on-2 Indio City Council meeting. And then another thing that's been coming up in the K-12 system that is going to impact a lot of our professors and faculty here is the core curriculum that will be initiated, and our new standards and assessments will be given, actually for the first time, I believe it's 2015. The first time I heard it, it was 2014. Now they're saying it's 2015. But I've been trained by CTA now, and I've been trained by, these are initial trainings by Desert Sands. And both times, it's something that is going to change the way we're teaching from K-12, and it's going to impact the way students enter higher education. They're going to be ready to answer questions that aren't an answer of A, B, C, or D. They'll be able to give reasons. They'll be able to give all the background information that they need to be able to give. There's a real funny video clip. I've gotten it from several different people at all levels of education and out in the business world, where a young student goes for a job interview, and while they're on the job interview, they're asked a question, and this young individual says, B, and the person's, for the answer. And the guy looks at him, and he goes, B, and they say, well, my teacher said if I don't know what to give you for an answer, to say B. If I don't know the answer, right, B. So choose B. So B. If it's not B, then it's C. And it's a really funny little cartoon clip, but it's basically what we've been, in its essence, you know, students have been taking these multiple choice Casey exams, and everything is, you know, you don't have to do the problems, just guess, and if you're really lucky, you'll pass. Not that that's how we teach, but that's what the kids get out of it. One thing I wanted to say is the core curriculum is going to change that because they have to give answers, or they have to give examples, or they have to make comparisons between things. Or if it's true, false, why is it false, and what would make it true? Another thing that I had the opportunity to attend this last month was the Indian Wells Speaker Series. Governor Jeb Bush spoke, and my students also had the opportunity to meet former Mayor Lupe Sanchez-Watson, and she was wonderful speaking to my students. She brought over the Republican Assemblyman from our area and introduced them to him, and we had a major discussion because one of the things that former Governor Jeb Bush brought up was the fact that higher ed, we have the major problem is it isn't 4 years to completion, it's 5 or 6, 7, 8, it takes longer, the student loans are bigger, students are leaving with more debt, and for higher paying jobs it's even longer than that. And one of his points is that we need to have faster completion for higher paying jobs with less debt. And that is something that, you know, we're all concerned about student success, getting the students in and out, and I think core curriculum will help get them ready when they're here so that we can get them on their way faster. But we've always got to be looking at how to keep the higher paying jobs at the forefront and how to reduce student debt. And because we don't want them leaving college with major debt that they have for 10, 20 years. That's all.
Thank you. Student Trustee Campbell?
Good morning, everyone. This reporting month, I chair the March and March Committee. The event took place in Sacramento, California. I would like to thank ASCON members who assisted, and also thank the non-ASCON students who that helped in assisting the March and March. Our event was successful. I also would like to thank Carlos Maldonado, Trustee Mayor Jay Sanchez, and Steve McCree, who accompanied the 50 students on a 16-hour bus ride. I know that's pretty tough. I mean, being in a tight space with some students that are sick and possibility, and also sitting next to someone that, well, actually, it was pretty good. Actually, we learned a lot about every individual. I was pretty down. They were like, "Thank you, John, for helping." You did a lot on the bus, which I couldn't do because I was a little bit out of it. I had the privilege and honor to meet Assemblyman Brian Nastandi and Manuel Perez in Sacramento to discuss how important College Desert is and the community of college assistance to students reaching their academic goals. So, Assemblyman Manuel Perez presented me with a pen, which I'm wearing today. So it's right here. Yeah. Even our other student leaders that were there got the pen too. Let me see what else. I kept hearing from like around campus that a lot of students weren't applying for the scholarship, so I made sure I applied for the scholarship this semester. So I got that took care. So keep that in mind. I participated and attended in Club Rush, this event in which all charter clubs campus promoted their clubs. It was a really organized event, so everyone that helped in that, thank you, especially ASCON members. My report's really short. I was down with the weather this month, and March and March took most of my time, and I got to remember school too. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, my turn. I promise I will not be real long. I did have a meeting with Jim Hummer, the Executive Director of the Foundation, as Trustee Sanchez. Mr. Hummer is trying to meet with all the trustees, and as you know, we have to all meet separately, so we're all sort of communicating with him. I attended stepping off for COD, and I would like to thank the co-chairs, Diane Gershowitz and Joanne McGrath, for doing an outstanding job, and all of the foundation staff who worked tirelessly to put that event together, and especially all the supporters. When you look at the bill, the playbill, and see how many individuals and groups like Wells Fargo contributed to make that event. They were the sponsoring donors. It really says a great deal about the community support for College of the Desert. And it was a wonderful evening for those of you who were able to attend. It was actually a great evening. At that event, I also had the opportunity to meet the incoming president of the foundation. I had met her years ago, but it's been a while since we talked. It was Donna Jean Darby. And she's here today, and we're looking forward to a very close relationship when she assumes the presidency. And right now, Trustee Stefan is our liaison with the foundation, and she'll be working closely with the foundation board, and we hope to better improve upon our relationship. And I attended 2 meetings of the Central Campus Redevelopment Committee. Those of you who were at the last board meeting, you saw the architects present. We've had 2 meetings since then. We're moving forward quite rapidly. This focus this time was on audiovisual a great deal. And, you know, it's like planning for something that you don't know what's going to be in 4 years. So it's a very nebulous type of operation. But it's interesting that we were able to move as quickly as we have moved, and I think we're going in the right direction. We expect to sign off on initial plans in April, I believe now. We'll receive the plans in March and be able to sign off on the initial design drawings in April. If I'm correct, Steve, is that right? I want to mention, Gary Bergstrom wasn't here, but in his report he mentioned the award that Professor Doug Kroll received from the Coast Guard for his work on behalf of the Coast Guard and his many books that he's written about the Coast Guard, and I wanted to make sure that that was made public. I also want to thank our PIO office for all of the, and I'm sure the president's behind this, all of our press releases that we're getting out. And I want to also mention the one that came out recently regarding KCOD and our student who, Mike Manzigno, if I mispronounced that correctly. Close enough, Carlos? He won first place for the most innovative show, and our station is only 2 years old, and I think that's a great honor. And I also want to mention something I saw in a number of reports was the College Hour, in Zarell's written report. Those of us that have been around here for many years fighting for the College Hour, to know that it has been successful and is a great, great thing. It's working out for students and staff and faculty, and I thank everyone for all their efforts to make that such a success. And that is my report, but that takes us to the President's report. Dr. Kinnaman.
Thank you, Trustee O'Neill. And what's so fortunate about having a very informed and active board, when I give my report, I have very few things to, in addition to report upon. But I will, there's a couple I will repeat on. I wanted to thank Alex for coming today and talking about Phi Beta Kappa. He is exemplary, professional, great role model for our students, and his time and effort with Phi Beta Kappa is greatly appreciated, and we're lucky to have him. Also the 2 students that we accompanied in Sacramento, it truly demonstrates the students we serve and the possibilities. And so they're very, very nice young men, and they're going to have wonderful careers ahead of themselves and lives. And so I was so pleased with that. The other one, as what you mentioned, Trustee O'Neill, is the KCOD International Broadcasting Awards. I mean, in the spirit of celebrating student success, those awards, together with the Phi Theta Kappa recipients, those are really true measures of what the faculty and staff are doing and the impacts that they're having on young people. So kudos to the faculty and staff for those efforts, and congratulations to the recipients. And that concludes my report under item I. I don't know if you want me to go to...
Why don't you continue with administrative report, sir?
Okay, thank you. We have two items on here. First, I'd like to recognize Dr. Jim Berg. He's been working as our ALO for our Accreditation Commission, and in that process, last fall we had submitted a report in October. We received a letter just very few weeks ago indicating that there would be they would require a follow-up report and a follow-up visit. So our follow-up report is due April 1st. So we've been furiously working on our responses to the report. Our College Planning Council looked at the responses and are providing feedback, as well as you as trustees. I know were provided a draft of the report that has some modifications before you today. In addition, we have a special report that we're having to respond to regarding the FTES issues. And again, that response has been vetted in a similar way, and we're preparing for that April 1 deadline. We anticipate a follow-up visit as well, and that'll probably be around the third week of April. They're still working out the details of when a couple of members of our prior team would come and visit and see what type of successes we've had moving our agenda forward since our last visit.
Is this a one-day event or just a short meeting?
It should just be a one-day event, yes. And then, in addition, on facilities update, I did want to comment on a recent article regarding our bond program. Our bond counsel, Dave Hasnoka, was in last week, or was it last week, I think, for Citizens Oversight Committee, and we discussed the program and the issuance of the bonds. And I want to strongly stress that our educational facilities bonds were issued consistent with how other educational facility bonds throughout the state are issued. And while the article talked about the long maturity, that is true, but that is the nature of those bonds, so that we can really have a lot of funds at one time to build out. And we all know that the life expectancy of the facilities is much greater than the duration of the payback on those bonds. And if there's any other type of supplemental report that you would like from bond counsel, he would be able to provide that type of information.
Any comments?
John, you look like you're ready to say something?
No. But yeah.
I yield the floor.
Hopefully we'll learn a little bit more. I am somewhat confused, as I think some others are, about the articles. It seems like it's almost two different articles. In one case, we had the big bond money that was voted on, and we have no control over the interest of some of that we had to pay, but it was approved by voters. And I think we sold most of it at one point, and then part of the bonds that were more flexible and part of them to finish it off. Some of them that we originally sold were the biggest portion, and I think there's a time limit on how much building we get to do during a period of time. And so we're taking advantage of everything we can. We were told at that time that they were going to sell the additional bonds that were in the big bond package, bond measure B, and maybe invest some of that, and that we got some redevelopment funds, and it kicked it up into $427 million. Then I hear about this $96 million loan that is a little bit different, and then the paper kind of throws them all together. And I think I don't know if they're separate or if it's an additional loan or it was all that, you know, if we had one for 96 million and it's separate, where did that go? Did it go into the bond pot? I don't really know those answers to those, and I don't think all of us are really clear on it either. So maybe you can help us a little bit there.
We probably should have a comprehensive presentation on the bond program from its inception and demonstrate where the resources have been expended. I think that'd be a good transparent way to communicate to the board, but also to the community, how those resources have been expended and what facilities have been built from those resources and how they've been invested and where.
Would it be possible for next month's meeting, or is that too short of a timeline?
I believe we can make that happen.
Because I think, well, since this topic is current, I think
Yes.
the sooner we address all aspects of it, the better for everyone.
Do we need a motion, or do we need,
No.
we just would like that?
If you look at our bond reports, they're quite substantial. And you can look to see when those bonds were sold, how much we got, how much we spent on everything. And I think it's accessible on the website.
It is.
Whether there was something else, and I don't think the paper knows for sure if they're connected or not connected. Neither do we. Maybe we can clear that up.
I think that would be great, and then we could also provide the record of the meeting to the Desert Sun.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Going back to accreditation.
Yes, ma'am.
On our we just got these, and I know that they're hot off the press, that they're a work in, you know, that you're making the final touches on. So I understand why we just got them, but so I'm going back to our original recommendation. Recommendation 3 was that we continue to increase student, library, learning support services, and activities for students in distance education courses and at education centers. It just happens that we have an item coming up under the consent part of our agenda today, item 2, human resources, where we have student workers, tutors, and one of those is to be a DSPS proctor. Now, I'm hoping that I hear that DSPS proctor is to be at the educational centers. Is that the case? Because I know that we need one there.
The DSPS program basically responds to any student that's part of our district, and so if there's a need to have a proctor out at the Eastern Valley Center, we will provide that. Recently, I want to say within the last 6 months, we've actually put a DSPS counselor out at DEC.
Right.
So we have been increasing our DSPS resident up there.
Do we have a proctor?
Well, the proctor basically serves the district, and so there would be a proctor that would be
So someone
sent out.
comes in and makes an appointment, and then the proctor is sent out.
Correct.
And this person will be able to do that and be sent out?
As well as any other proctors we have.
Maybe I can help clarify.
Yeah.
We hire, DSPS hires a number of student proctors, and you use them on an on-call basis. And if, for example, one of the students is attending the East Valley Center, and they're a proctor or Mecca Thermal, if there is not someone available from the proctor pool there, then someone would be recruited or a staff person would go out and proctor.
Also, it's also dependent on the type of test environment the student needs. So,
how do we know that that's really happening? I mean, you realize I'm coming from an era where, shall I say that our education centers were just slightly ignored, perhaps not exactly in the line of sight, so that you had to beg for a new flag. Okay, so how do we know that it's actually working? And what steps have we made to ensure that we're really doing those services, and how are we measuring them?
actually, those are really good questions. The HSI grant is actually in the process right now of doing the student satisfaction survey. And what they're looking at is a lot of the services that we increased over the last 2 years of that grant. I think one of the challenges that we're going to have to deal with as a district is as we build that building in Indio, how do we provide long-term sustainable support over in the Eastern Valley as well as the Western Valley as we open up those facilities?
And see, I'm even more concerned about how we're going to provide that support to Desert Hot Springs and Mecca Thermal.
Exactly.
I think accreditation's worried about that. I see things like library and learning support services, and I'm wondering what our plans are, and I'm more wondering how we're going to measure how it's working. A student satisfaction survey is great. As a student, I was really interested in, did I have a parking place that I could get to class on time when I wasn't exactly timely? And was there something for lunch? And did I remember my pen so I could take notes? I mean, we're talking about students.
Right. We could as a special
But
session, a study
that
session.
maybe not, the student satisfaction survey is a great place to start, but we'll have to be very careful what questions we ask, because a student's going to think about different things as being important. It's only much later that you figure out that it was important that you could go to the library and you could sit down in the stacks and you could pull the books off and read, or, I mean, that takes a long time before you get there. So how we as the adults, God forbid, we as the adults need to figure out how we're going to ask those questions so that we get real answers. Because we owe all of our students an education, not just the students at one location.
We could provide you with a pretty comprehensive overview of what we've been doing at the satellites over the last several years to give you a sense of how we've increased our services. So at a future board meeting or a special study session, we can certainly do that.
I think we could probably get data on how many students are getting it here and how many students are getting it there, and compare the two for the number of students you have, you know, and that way you can really see. The fact that you tell us you've had so many get contacted out there doesn't tell me anything. I know it's probably increased, but if we could show it's pretty, percentage-wise, pretty standard to what you're getting here, that makes a point.
Absolutely.
But as with any data, it can be somewhat confusing because, for example, knowing my past history, we would have students from either end of the valley, maybe taking a course at either end of the valley and taking a course or two here also, and the services they needed for the courses at either end of the valley were provided here. Or because they were here to get this
for all
service.
three.
So
If you're smart.
But if they can come here to get that service, that's wonderful. It's the getting here.
Right.
And we
That's-
keep saying, oh, we're building a green building. Oh, we have this wonderful, and I'm going, but if they hadn't had to drive here,
Exactly.
we would have been more green. You know, so if we are going to not just do the letter of what accreditation is asking us, but also the spirit and the equity of it, we need to look at this as a big picture.
No, I think with the commission, that they have a similar desire, and they're really relying on us to demonstrate through a culture of evidence and through really meeting the needs of
And I
every
think
student.
we mean well.
Yeah.
I just think it's a whole lot. Sometimes you miss these. I don't know how anybody cannot hear me. I never had that problem in school. Nobody ever said, "Gee, you don't talk."
I'm not having any difficulty hearing you.
Me either, I got a speaker.
Was there just an earthquake or what was that?
So, I think our heart's in the right place. I just think we need to be sure that we're not, if it's not right in front of us, that we're not missing it. And we need to find, it's the scientist in me. You keep needing to find a reliable dashboard that gives you a clue how you do it.
Also, I think that we have an educational plan that states in our planning for years now where we should be in our service provision as well as in the classes that we provide. certified. So I think we need to take a look at that element and see, are we meeting our own expectations or are we not as part of this review?
We can compare eventually success rate at different campuses. One, on a high note, most of you know this, but our students that transfer to Cal State, the next year, the grade point average is higher than those that started at Cal State. So obviously some good things are happening. It would be nice to know where they're coming from in some cases.
I just want to piggyback thank Trustee Broughton. I think the most important thing that we're facing as a college is this FICMAC report. I just want to make sure that we get an update, Dr. Kinnaman, on what's going on. I see that there's some key dates here on that report, but they're blank. I just have a question on that, on the draft copy that we did receive. This is the one that we just received, so I just kind of want to alert you that there's staff interview exit. They're all to be determined. I'm a person that I want to know where are we at on that. This is to be determined, the project schedule. So maybe an update. Always have like an update on letting us know what's going on that. A more thorough.
And I'm not sure where
It's on project schedule 6 based on that report. So I just, having some dates would be great for the board to know where we're at, exactly where we're at, especially on our accreditation. That would help us a lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Continue, Doctor.
Actually, that concludes my report.
What about your other administrative reports?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's see. I think that what we have left is student affairs update from our interim vice president.
Yeah, and Trustee Broughton, I know a lot of the questions you asked were things I was going to try and address in that report. I just got back from a CSSO is the annual Chief Student Services Officers meeting. Dr. Neary is actually still there today. Came back for today's board meeting. And if I can take a proud daddy moment, I came back from my son's game last night where he got a triple. Good job. A lot of discussions statewide essentially are about how we're going to implement the Student Success Task Force initiatives and the changes to the law. A lot of good discussion about how it impacts not only the institution, but quite honestly our students, which is why we're here. And so as part of the report I wanted to give you today is some of the things that we're doing to improve what we're doing for our students. A lot of these things are being pilot tested, and so you've heard about them kind of here and there, and they're in the process of being implemented from a technological standpoint. And so by the time we hit the fall of 15, and I know that sounds like a long way away, but it really isn't. By the time we hit the fall of 15, we're going to have a lot of state mandates that are going to be pushing what we do around enrollment, what we're doing around tracking for graduation and transfer. And even though transfer is such a big piece of what we do, we also need to pay attention to what's happening with our students that are in the CTE programs, our students that are here for lifelong learning, even though that's not one of the top priorities in the state right now. But we do have a lot of community members that come in and are looking for job skill development, and they're here for very specific reasons and they want to move on. So some of the things that we've begun to work on is a single sign-on portal. Right now, students have to log into several different mechanisms in order to get their services. So through the HSI grant, we've been developing a single sign-on portal where they would sign into one location and have access to everything that they have. And that would also allow us to provide messages directly to the student body. Instead of sending out this big wave of emails, it would actually be in their single sign-on when they get in there. So things like Blackboard, WebAdvisor, their email accounts, it'll all be in one location. Exactly. We're also very proud to announce that we have been working on electronic transcripts from the high schools. And so you'd be excited about that. We have met with each of the districts. They are signing on to submit their transcripts to us electronically. What that's going to allow us to do eventually, and again, a couple years out, but eventually what it allows us to do is to look at their high school transcripts as part of their placement process. And so in addition to looking at their cut score, potentially we can draw off of those transcripts electronically and blend that in with their cut score when we're doing our placements. Right now, we do that if a student brings in their transcripts to the counselor. This will allow us to have a database where any counselor can just open that up right away and take a look at that. And Long Beach City has actually been doing an electronic process where they're actually looking at the courses and matching up to cut scores or then doing placements.
Are we ever going to consider ACTs, SATs, and other things that students take?
We do actually consider them. The difficulty with that is that because those aren't really placements, it's hard to determine where the cut score is. And so we have encouraged our faculty to take a look at some of these other measurements to see how we can better place students. This is very difficult with those types of tests because they're not really designed for placement. They're designed for college readiness more than anything. But if we, as an example, if we were to evaluate that a certain SAT score meant that you were ready for English 1A, we could certainly put that in there as a multiple measure and automatically place them in English 1A based on SAT scores.
We're not inventing the wheel or discovering America, because 100 years ago when I transferred from high school to community college, although we called them junior colleges, but same thing. It was my ACT and SAT scores that placed me in classes, not my, like, I mean, I didn't need the placement test from the college because I had those.
Correct, and we have actually agreed to utilize the Early Advantage program, which is basically the EAP. You take it as a junior, and if you score, or if you're identified as college ready, you get automatic college placement. So we've already agreed in our communications area to use the EAP score. So there are discussions with our departments about how do we utilize some of these other multiple measures beyond the assessment score that we use.
And what's an EAP score?
It's essentially a college readiness score. So as a junior, when they're taking their high school testing, they take some supplemental questions. And so
does that come with the STAR test?
No. It's separate. It's separate because we're giving it next Tuesday, I believe, the 19th Tuesday, to our juniors, and they take it, all juniors.
Correct.
Have the option of taking it.
And we've encouraged our high school counselors to inform the students that take that test, because if you do score well, we will accept it for placement.
Do all community colleges do that, or are we just
No,
breaking ground?
We're a part of the group that's breaking ground. They really encouraged community colleges to get involved with this about 2 years ago, and many community colleges kind of took a step back and said, no, I'm not sure we want to do this. So about a year ago is when our communications division said, yes, we want to do it. And we are hopeful that we can get our math area to be in agreement with that as well. Yeah.
Adrian, would these scores also be on their grade forms when you get them?
Yeah, the high school transcripts, yes.
Yeah, transcripts?
Yes.
You know, if you read more into Cal State and UC, they're saying now they don't even pay much attention to grade point average, because it all depends what class you're taking. In some schools, it's way up there. It used to be a good grade was a 3.5, now it's 4.5.
Yeah.
And who knows what it is, but if you can see what class they took and what test scores you had, it gives you a better picture. And if that whole thing is on the transcript, then it's great, because the student doesn't have to go out and find it and send for it and bring it in. Yeah, it's there.
Exactly, great. Another thing we're working on is the early alert program. And essentially what that will allow faculty members to do, we've advertised for volunteers. We have several faculty that have stepped up and volunteered. We are going to be utilizing a lot of special program students to be part of that. And essentially, if a faculty member has a student in class and they start to notice that there's a change in behavior, maybe they're not turning in assignments, maybe they're missing class, maybe they look tired, the instructor can click a button essentially and make a referral, and the student will be contacted by the appropriate department. We are still working out a lot of the process behind that. So what we've done so far is done the technical aspects of it, and then we're going to pilot it to see how it's working. We certainly want to protect the confidentiality of the student, so we want to make sure that we do it in the right way. And then we also don't want to offend the student by saying, hey, we were told that you need tutoring. So we're going to use this period to kind of start to gauge, how best does this work. But it's really exciting that a faculty member can now have an easier means of saying, hey, there's a student here that we want to try and work collaboratively on and see how we can help them. Another thing that we have going on
Does that include feedback to the faculty member then?
Yes, there'll be a feedback loop so they know that there was some follow-up that occurred. Another thing we have going on is a software program we bought that was called BrainShark. And what it allows us to do is essentially take a simple PowerPoint and incorporate video and sound so that we can put together various workshops online. And so the first one that will likely come out is our probation workshop. The HSI staff have been working with the counseling department to put together some of the probation information for the first level probation. You know, a lot of students sometimes get into very simple, basic academic trouble, and they do it one time, you know, and they get the information and they they right the ship and they're fine. So what we want to be able to do is to get them easy information as opposed to forcing them to jump through a whole bunch of hoops just to kind of get back right on track. And so we're going to use this as part of our overall early alert program and probation program so that students understand what information they need and where they can get additional help in case they want it. So the BrainShark tool will be very nice, and it'll have applications basically for anybody that wants to try and do an online workshop. And then, just as a kind of quick overview of how we work with our high schools, we just had our annual high school counselor conference. I was trying to think back to how many years we've been doing this, and it's probably been about 20 years.
Longer than you.
Exactly, exactly. And so I know we've done it every year I've been here, so it's at least probably 20 years old when we've done this. So we always try and keep it fresh. And about a couple years ago, we started to do concurrent sessions because when I first arrived, it was just lecture after lecture after lecture. I used to call it the parade of stars. And so what we started to do was say, you know what, there's a lot of information we got to try and give out, and so let's do concurrent sessions. And so we've offered concurrent sessions. This year we partnered with the CTE area, with Devontae Simmons, and we actually brought a keynote speaker in to talk about life and work balance, as well as some other issues, time management, that sort of thing. And so what we're really trying to move toward is a regional perspective on counseling issues. So not only to give them information about what COD does and prepare them for advising their students, but really to start a dialogue on a professional level about counseling and advising and student support. So this was kind of an initial step to see if we can move in that direction. So of course, you know, a lot of the things we talked about were the admissions process. I did a session on understanding the data and to see what our transfer rates were, to look at our incoming freshman class and their placement rates, and talk about how we can maybe partner together with our high schools. We had pretty much every high school present, as well as all of the privates. So a lot of our local private areas come in here. And we also get some high schools actually coming down from the high desert, so because they know that some of their schools will come this way. And then we also gave them financial aid information, and we talked about the new legislation that's coming. So it was a really great session. We got a lot of great feedback. And we had it was close to 50 counselors that came out. So it was a really good session. So overall, you know, I know sometimes we get stuck on the things that maybe aren't working so well. We forget about a lot of the good things that are happening. And we have made a lot of great progress. We continue to provide good services to our students. We're expanding what we're doing at our satellite campuses, not only the services, but also the number of staff. So we have, despite tough budget times, continue to grow. And I think we will continue in that practice. I wanted to highlight some of the work that Carlos has been doing. I know we talked about March and March, but what a lot of people don't know is that he actually had to go to Sacramento just before the March and March. And I told him, why don't you stay up there and just wait for the kids to come up to you? And he said, no, I'm going to get on that bus. So he flew up, flew back, got on the bus, and drove up and drove back. So it was quite an extra task for Carlos, but that's the type of guy he is. And so I just wanted to acknowledge him for doing that work. And then Jessica Enders for all the work that she's been doing on the HSI grant. You know, a lot of times when we talk about the HSI grant, we don't put a name or a face to it. It's a lot of activities that are going on. But it does take a lot of leadership from the director of that program, and Jessica Enders has been doing a great job with that. So I wanted to bring that to your attention.
And also, what you're telling us what the HSI grant is doing gives us a reality base for that, and shows us what the above and beyond that's providing. It's not supplanting, it's doing above and beyond, taking us to another level.
Exactly.
And that's wonderful to hear that.
Exactly. and I'll entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Dr. Cannon stands on the agenda. You going to introduce him, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it's my pleasure to have Stan help us as we work through some of our items. What are you going to report on something?
Make something
Fighting
up.
saying two things. One is I changed my mind about Carlos.
Obviously, he likes the bus.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the other is I was caught off guard earlier today by criticisms of my office, but I'm going to put that off and we'll air it, not publicly. But I have a brief report, and it will all be upbeat, I think. One is that we are having our open house this afternoon. All of you are invited. It's from 2 to 4:30. Please understand, we try to make this very clear for the obvious reasons, and before someone said something inaccurate, this will either be out of our pocket or other sources, but not district funds. So please come over and join us. We'd love to show you our new home and the very good people who work there. I was sitting here thinking, I think in the 10 months I've been here, there's never been a Saturday and Sunday we didn't have people working in our office, and of course they're not compensated. And they're working hard, they're getting everything done, almost everything done on time. We've hired a new HR tech guy who is going to be a superstar in tech and in training. We're getting great feedback about him already. We are in the process, and we are going to hire an HR employee benefits person. And I know Susan had a brief conversation with Michael about that yesterday or the day before. It's been a long time, if ever, we had, and yet Michael's saying never, a true, superior, very knowledgeable benefits person that everybody on campus knows who to go to. So we're at the beginning of that process now where we get it done. A couple of things just to talk about, let you know some of the things we do, and I'll move quickly. In the last 30 days, we have processed about 50 volunteer applications. You haven't seen them all yet. Some are still in the process. In the last 6 months, we hired about 52 adjuncts. We've hired 12 to 15 classified people. We've hired and processed 180 students. We've hired 1 full-time faculty member, 1 leadership person. We are moving forward with training, I like to think, like never before, but we are moving forward aggressively. In late January, we had classes offered to everyone on campus in the subjects of culture of respect, supervisors, sexual harassment training and claims, and how to protect yourself from those kinds of claims. The trainer was an attorney out of Southern California that Dr. Kinnaman introduced us to, who is just a superb trainer. We're going to be using her for more things in the future. We've also done a fair amount of group and individual training for individuals and small groups on campus that need that and can benefit from it. We'll be doing a great deal more in the future. Our new HR tech guy, who does actually have a name, Sam Sternman, has developed a 16-month plan. We mentioned it briefly at Cabinet to the Cabinet officers. And over the next 16 months, we will have a large number of classes, and we're moving forward quickly and aggressively with training, again, from 2 o'clock to 4:30 today. Please come and see us. We'd love to have all of you come by, see the new space, and talk to the people. We're doing everything in our power, including today's open house, to remind everyone on campus. We've sent out 5 reminders, I think. HR belongs to you. We have no function but to serve the employees. That's the only reason we're here. We're always open. We're there day and night, about 7 days a week. And we want to let everybody know today, come see us if you need anything. Thank you. I'll be quiet. I'll be briefer next time.
I would like to clarify my comment to Susan so it's not misinterpreted. I said this would be the first time we've had a position that was solely dedicated to this. Every other time we had a benefits person, that was on top of an already existing job description. So this is moving in the direction of having someone whose full job and only job is for employee benefits.
And I understood that, and I meant that, Michael. I apologize if I didn't say it correctly.
My second thing is, I know I met Sam yesterday, and I had mentioned this a number of months ago, maybe a year ago. We used to introduce new hires to the board, and so that we would see the face and know that that person, sort of like we can make a recognition and they would know us. And so if we could go back to that, I think it'd be a great idea, because I think we welcome them to the COD family, and I think we need to think in terms of our COD family. And we've stopped doing it for faculty, we've stopped doing it for everybody. We did not do it for adjunct because, well, evidently there are 500 of them. But full-time employees, if we could present them to the board, it's a great, I think it's a, I know I felt privileged when I was hired many years ago to be presented to the board, and I think it's just a welcoming event. So I would suggest we do.
I agree.
Trustee O'Neill, literally, I mean, I think my folks are sitting back in the office now watching this while they're working. It was either Susan, Sam, or Diamond or Marisol who said to me, we need to restart that process, and we actually have it on our calendar to do for next month.
Great. Thank you very much. Dr. Kinnaman, do you have anything else?
I just want to say, apologize to my colleague here. I hadn't turned the page to recognize that you were giving me. So I was a little taken.
I was only going to be quiet for a minute or two.
I'm sure of that. And so I was taken a little bit aback.
Trustee Sanchez?
I just want to make a note. Stan not only is an intern, but he's acting as a full-time HR person. And your dedication not only goes beyond the HR, but your dedications to the students, Stan, is incredible. I just as I get to know, we need to acknowledge, I think, faculty, staff, administration, and those that are not acknowledged in some type of monthly, I don't know, but thank you, Stan, for all the hard work you do and your staff for the College of the Desert, and you personally from a lot of our students out here at COD.
Thank you. I have people watching, so I have to say I'm not the hardest working person in my office. That's actually true.
If I could say one thing before we take a break, because some people we won't see again. I have some concerns about human resources in the way that we do some of our procedures. And I think Stan may agree with me, he can speak up on it. I've been around long enough to see people who get on committees that have a personal agenda. And it's important who we put on committees, but sometimes they're going to get on. And the Olympics even had to go to this, because even though everybody knew it, you threw out the high score and you threw out the low. And then you start to add them up. To me, you can go in and lowball somebody in a hurry. And if you're persistent on it and do it right, you're probably going to take them out of the final process to getting a position. I also have some concern about somebody who's an interim. It's a break, you get a chance to show what you can do. But there's another side to it. It's a chance to get people upset with you because you did the right thing for the institution. And sometimes if you do that, you're actually shooting yourself in the foot for getting that position down the road. And that person may go on and get a vendetta and get in on the committee, and you're done. So I would like that maybe we take a quick tweak at how we go through the process and add up the points, maybe, to try to make it fair so somebody can't go in and promote somebody up or tear them down in a hurry. I think we'd all feel better about that, and it wouldn't take a lot to do. I think that interims have got to know that they make a decision sometimes that's the right thing to do, but in the process they're hurting themselves. So we got to take a look at this, and I think as soon as we can get people on, I know you can't always do it, but as soon as we get somebody in there for real and not an interim, then they can do what they have to do. And then it's tough, you know what, if you don't like it. But somebody's got to be in a position around here where you just don't do everything as usual. I don't care what we did before. I've seen people get on committees to go into the committee and say, I'm only here because I didn't want to see anything change. And how are we ever going to get better if we do go in with that attitude? I also have some concern about some of the things that the senators brought up in the wording. What does recent mean? You know?
Were you talking about HR issues now for the Stanley report, or are you talking about things that should be under comments?
I'm talking about Stan's report.
Okay.
I'll go back into Stan's report. In that process, I think that we have got to make sure that we give people who are here a chance. I've spoken out about that for a long time. And in some cases, if you're doing your job where you're at, you don't have time to actually prepare to get the position you want and deserve in some cases. And it's good to have them on that final committee so you can take somebody to gauge against. You know, everybody always looks better the first time. But when you get a chance to really see what you have here stacked up against something else, you might be getting a different picture. I think we got some personnel in all areas of this campus who are really good. And if we don't give them an equal opportunity, or at least an equal opportunity, to go for a position for advancement, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice.
Thank you. Two things before we break. Is it possible for us to do the consent agenda? Does everybody agree with that in the 4 minutes we have left? And also, Trustee Sanchez has brought to my attention that it would be very nice of us to dedicate this meeting to memory of Donald Cravens. We are sitting in a building that is named after him and his wife, and I think if the board agrees by consensus that we dedicate this meeting to the memory of Donald Cravens, is everyone in agreement?
I think it's a great idea.
Okay, and so we will do that officially. Yes?
One thing that you can do is when you adjourn, you just adjourn in honor of him. It states in the record.
Okay,
That's the best
that we
way.
adjourn at 4 o'clock and nobody's here, so that's why
That's
we're
right. That is
mentioning
good.
it now.
I got you.
And the room gets a little empty after lunch here. If we could then move on to the consent agenda, and we'll put that behind us, and then we will go into closed session. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda, to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. We have a change in the consent agenda. Consent agenda item fiscal services 5 travel. The second item on the travel is for Ms. Joan Silver to attend the FATE conference. She is not able to attend this conference, and that item can be removed. Also, I think acting HR Director Mr. Dupre has some items you're pulling.
Mine are actually action items.
Yours are action items? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to say that there are a number of change orders on this which go back to our bond money. And there were trustee questions about those and where that money, how that money came, or whether it was within budget, or how it would be paid for if it weren't, where the contingency fund was. Those were questions that were well answered. But if you're in the audience and you don't know that those questions were asked, you would think that we were just going, oh, okay. But I do want you to know there was not a discussion, but the question and answer before this meeting. So those were answered by our by people in the organization that know those things.
And as we have commented many times, this building has been a nightmare since it started, and it will probably continue to be for some time. It's just one of those things. Student, time for any other discussion? We have to be in closed session in 30 seconds. Hearing none, student trustee Campbell? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. We will convene to closed session, and we return here at what time this week?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. we will be back. Thank you. I'm just here to announce that our session is going to extend longer than we had anticipated, and we expect to return at 1:30. The original agenda was posted for 1:30, and then it was changed to 1, so we're going back to the original 1:30 time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, party done.
Thanks.
going to reconvene to open session. The board has nothing to report on from closed session today. We are up to agenda item number 11, action agenda. Items pulled from the consent agenda, there were none, so we have none of those to add to the action agenda. First item will be area 1B, human resources, change in assignment classified. Do I have a motion to accept the item as presented?
So, second?
Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is this the appropriate point? We actually are pulling the first two names, Weigel and Gephardt, which are on item number 1, change in assignment. There was some minor confusion about what 23 meant versus 29 meant versus maximum versus minimum. And I initiated conversation with both Ray Griffith and with Laura and decided to pull these two, clear up that confusion, and bring it back next month. It doesn't affect anything because the extension from 10 months to 11 months doesn't occur until several months from now.
I'll turn to our parliamentarian. Do we need a new motion to accept this item as amended?
Well, since it's been moved and seconded, you can just ask if there are any objections to striking those two, and then you
All
can
right, is
proceed.
there any objections from the board for removing these two items? Hearing none, we'll proceed. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Student trustee Campbell?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Number 2, appointment confidential.
So moved.
Do I have a motion to approve? Do I have a motion to approve the appointment as presented?
And you have a second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Student trustee Campbell?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item number 3, new job description confidential. Do we have a motion to accept this item as presented?
Trustee O'Neill, I'm sorry, one more time. This is what I referred to in my report as the HR benefits specialist, and there are some concerns with CSEA, for lack of a better word, of the description. And what I'd like to do is, when you vote on this, slightly change your motion, and rather than simply approve it with the understanding that I am to go meet with CSEA and to come to an agreement with them and then proceed.
I have a question, a point of order, in the sense of what, Stan, that you will make that decision, or you're going to bring it back to the board?
Hopefully we will make that decision. We will not bring it back to the board.
What will we be changing? I mean, what are you going to be discussing with the...
Maybe 30 seconds of background, Trustee Campbell. There was a time when there were classified bargaining unit members who may have been doing part of the work that's described in here. It would be inappropriate for the district to lay off that person and then transfer that work to someone who is not a part of the bargaining unit. It's not clear that we've done that. There's no allegation that we've done anything wrong, but our relationship with the staff and the employees being such that we want to make sure that everybody's clear on this and that CSEA blesses it and the district blesses it before we go forward. So what I'd like to do, let's suppose hypothetically I could reach that agreement with CSEA's representatives on Monday or Tuesday. I'd like to post this job and get it hired rather than wait a month to bring it back for you. If I can't arrive at some resolution or agreement with them, then we'll have to come back.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get the consensus of the board to move forward based on what?
We need a motion. I move. Someone.
Second. Okay, second? Second. I thought we didn't move this.
No.
Okay, now, then can we then move forward as described by?
Well, my understanding from Dr. Stefan's motion is that she moved what
Yes.
the executive director said.
Okay.
So
So you're okay.
So we're
Okay, so we're all clear?
All he wanted to hear
This
is
is
we
where
were
this
okay.
gets real confusing, okay? All right, so we are up to discussion. Parliamentarian, we're up to discussion,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Discussion. Hearing none. Okay. Student trustee Campbell?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carried. All right, item number 4. Appointments classified. Do I have a motion to approve the appointments as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Student trustee Campbell?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item number 5, revised job description leadership. Do we have a motion to approve the revised job description as presented?
So moved.
Been moved. Do we have a second?
John, second.
John second. Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to know why we feel that this position needs to be reorganized. That's one question I have, but also I would like to know, will these responsibilities, are they the ones that are being stricken of the VP of Business Affairs, will they be filled? And the third question would be, will COD have to create a new job description to perform the responsibilities which are being stricken?
President?
Do you,
Yes, I can speak first. Again, Andrew, a little bit of background, but not too much. There was a time here at the college when there was a vice president of human resources, vice president of student services, a vice president of academic affairs and of fiscal affairs, not always by those titles. Then there was a time subsequent to that when HR no longer was, when HR began reporting to the Vice President of Business Affairs. And all of the HR things were then put into that person's job description. That person's salary was adjusted upward and the HR director's downward. As a result of Dr. Kinnaman's work, HR functions were taken out of business affairs and again separate, not as vice president but as executive director, and without an increase in salary. We're about to hire a new business affairs vice president whose duties will be less than when he had HR and some other things in there. So it's appropriate to change the description before we advertise it, and it's appropriate to adjust the salary downward as a result of that. Who will handle that in the future is really hasn't changed. The HR director will continue doing all of the HR things. The only thing that changes is the HR director will meet with the president rather than meeting first with the vice president and then having him or her report directly to the president. All of the things that in here that are taken out, and I understand your concern, Andrew, will in fact be handled by my office or other offices. No duties will be taken out and left unattended to.
Thank you that you answered that. I appreciate that.
You bet. Good question.
Other questions? Trustee Marmon?
I see this kind of as something that may be used in restructuring of this institution. And we had some concerns before that certain things, too many things fell under this position. I have a concern about something in here that says years of previous experience and the term previous. I think we need to get a description of what we mean by previous experience, how many years. Some says 5, some says 3. The point I made before is we need to be able to use and look at people who work here already that might be well qualified, but they've been here for 3 or 4 or 5 years doing something else. And I think to just say we have to decide what previous experience means I don't think we can just wait and decide when we get in the room, because somebody may have a different definition of experience, previous experience. So I think we need to come up and hopefully work at defining that, and I think it can be done. It doesn't have to be done right here. We could ask that it be looked at. I think, and I've already spoken the fact that I really think when we go about the process of selecting this person, we need to maybe take a look and see if we can tweak the process a bit. And I don't know how Human Resources feels about that, but you might.
I don't disagree with you, Trustee Marvin. And Trustee Marvin and I had a discussion over coffee this morning, and one of his concerns was the word recent experience. And this problem had never come up, at least in my term here, which says that if you say we'd like to hire someone who had a recent experience at so-and-so, could that be interpreted as we're not going to hire our own faculty because most recently 100% of them have been faculty? And A, we don't want to interpret it that way, and B, we will sit down with the right people and make sure that an appropriate language is in there. I think we can get by with posting this position the way it is, but I can assure you this position will be almost at, if I am here, and if I'm not, people in my office will be here, that nothing in this description will in any way prejudice our in-house people from applying for this position. My feeling is very similar to Mr. Marmon's. I like nothing better than hiring in-house. Really? Keep that in mind.
So do we need to make a motion?
Trustee,
Okay.
did that answer your question?
No, he did answer my question.
Okay.
I was also going to ask, if we wanted to remove that, Carlos, could we strike him out, or does it have to be the one that made the agenda item itself?
That would be a major change in the item. It would have to, I think we would have to send that back.
Let me interject something
Chairman
else
O'Neill,
too.
you could amend, it's called a substitute motion. You could do also, you could change it from, I just did that at another meeting. Substitute motion, Carlos, is that correct?
Right, except that this item was posted via the Brown Act rules. And so if you were going to make a substantive change, then it's best always to err on the side of notifying your
You
public
send
the
it
way you
back.
want to.
Would have to either pull it from the agenda or vote against it.
Can I interject something else again? Because I really,
Really needs to vote.
well, I don't want to put this off unnecessarily. I am the HR director. I have discussed this with Dr. Kinnaman. I have discussed this with individual board members. In our minds, recent does not exclude anybody who works here, and that's the way it will be interpreted.
So we are being inclusive, not exclusive.
Absolutely.
By our statement.
And one of the things I pointed out before is it's nice to have somebody that we know to judge and people from outside against, to see what they actually can do. One other thing I spoke about and wanted to see how it might be something that could be tweaked. We need to look again at the process, in particular of the committee voting, and maybe throwing out high or low or something to try to get rid of low or highballing somebody. And don't say it doesn't happen. We used to be concerned about it 12 years ago, and I'm sure it's happened, and it happens in the Olympics. So maybe we need to say, please look at it and see if you can come up with something that's more acceptable.
Any other discussion from any other trustees?
I just want to say, I'm a board member that was in consultant, so when you say you spoke to other board members, I think all of us in due fairness, this is new to me that's brought forward. So I would like further discussion on this because I don't know what's going on.
Well, let me clear up something. I never take matters like this to the board. Mr. Marmon came to me about it. If you had come to me about it, I would have talked to you too.
I think the response is that he's responded to a question.
Yeah.
From a board, direct question from a trustee.
But, again, do what you need to do. But my preference would be to let us get started on this. We have a public understanding that recent will not exclude anybody who works on this campus. And the next one we bring to you will have that language stated more clearly.
Any other questions, discussion? We have a public request for public comment, and Zarel Becker wants to address this item. So, Zarel, would you please step forward? Thank you.
Thank you. I think you basically answered all of my issues on this. I just did want to say that I was not, the whole reason for bringing this to you was one of timing. I didn't see the job description until Tuesday. I did contact Stan. He did provide me some information. So in no way was I trying to circumvent or anything. This just was simply in a rush. And while I appreciate your concerns, I think we really need to get this posted. And so I'm willing to go along with what they've stated as a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zarel. We appreciate your comment.
That's why I love working with Zarel.
And Stan's comments are on the
Usually it
record.
makes sense.
I'm serious.
All right, we have any other discussion? All right, hearing none, student trustee Campbell.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, we now go into fiscal services, budget transfers. Number 1, budget transfers. Do we have a motion to approve the budget transfers as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second. Any discussion?
We have a presentation? No, he's just coming up to the front to answer questions.
Are you being anxious, Wade?
I'm not sure, what are we talking about, budget what?
Transfers.
Well, okay, something just to point out. I know there are times, and I've spoken with the president about this, there are times when something needs to be done, like a projector bulb going out. It costs some money sometimes, and nobody wants to pay for it. It's not my job. And that's the problem, because sometimes things need to get done, and eventually it's going to get done, and it may have to come out of the president of the college personal budget. I would like to see us at least consider in the future having a budget that includes something for those kinds of things, where nobody seems to be wanting to accept responsibility for it, but it's got to get done.
I would reply by telling you that that kind of money comes from fiscal services budget.
Okay.
There is money set aside for that in fiscal services
What's
budget.
it called then, Wade? Can I have a question? Because I'm new to all this.
Called the
so-
Wade Slush Fund.
Is it the Wade?
No, it depends on the object. Some of it's in repairs, some of it's in professional contracts, but there is money that we have to account for things that pop up during the year that may not be in anybody's budget. And so, for instance, I just found out recently that there's a $5,000 need for additional covers for certificates. Where that's not in anyone's budget, we have a commencement budget, but that's not in there. So I will use money to transfer into that.
So how would they get to you without waiting,
They all
waiting,
seem
waiting?
to get to me somewhere.
I mean, a fast track.
A fast track is an email.
Email?
They send me an email and I'll respond to the
So
email.
we can hopefully pass that on if anybody else hears if somebody has a problem. Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to add, Trustee Martin, I think that you're bringing up something that's very important for us as we're looking at our processes and structure, and as we're going through this process of inwardly looking and trying to figure out, if there's a breakdown somewhere, where is it, and how can we expedite things. And so organizationally, it's important that everybody in the college knows who's the go-to person if I'm dealing with a certain issue. And I think that we've got some strategies that we're going to be bringing forward to the board in the future that's going to help that, so that everybody, where it's not just the squeaky wheel or with the person that may know Wade or get to him first and that type of thing, so that it's more equitable and more transparent on what the processes are.
I sent him some chocolates, but it didn't do any good.
And I think when we do look at the budget, we can make sure the budget process that this is in place also when we do that. So I think we have multiple ways to evaluate this?
Apparently it is somewhat there, and some people just kind of back off and don't want to run with it, or other reasons. And we just want to bring it out so people are aware of it.
It generally would, by the way, require a VP signature if a dean is asking for it, or whichever department. It eventually gets to me, but it requires a signature.
Signatures.
Above me.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so looking at these budget transfers, Wade, since you're sitting there ready to answer questions, they appear to me to be the normal transfers that we do toward the end of a budget year when someone has a little money and someone else needs it.
In this particular instance, the $80,000 is the savings that we are generating out of the academic vice president's budget, and we are transferring that money to cover a leased employee's budget and the cost of that contract. And then the rest is exactly as we said. The food services and child development is for the children. We needed to increase the budget for food because we serve them food every day, and so they needed additional money for
It
food.
came from other services in child development to food services in child development.
Correct.
Do we get federal reimbursement for some of
We
our
get
monies?
a lot of the money for the food specifically from the state, but in this particular instance, we're running short on the money that was allocated for food, and so they had money in other services that they could use.
Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, student trustee Campbell?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Item number 2, public hearing. Public hearing regarding categorical flexibility for fiscal year 2012-2013. I'm going to read the background on this one, as I think we need to have this public record. In response to deep categorical funding cuts during fiscal year 2009 to 2010, Assembly Bill X42, the Education Budget Trailer Bill, was passed into law in 2009. The bill permits districts to choose to redirect funding from 12 categorical programs to any other categorical program in the state budget, ergo categorical flexibility. Subsequently, the 2011-2012 Trailer Bill, SB 70, extended categorical flexibility through 2014-2015. The legislation requires a public hearing prior to redirection of public funds. Do we have a motion to open the public hearing? I don't need it. I just open it. The public hearing is open. Anyone here to make any comments?
This is standard. We do it every year.
Right. Okay.
It allows us to be able to be flexible in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. One minute.
It's okay to use the buzzer.
I would just add that there's one more year of this, so we're doing it right. We can go 14 to 14, 15.
If we didn't do this, we couldn't do it if we needed to. That's
Right. The flexibility that allows us is that it allows us to move money amongst the different categoricals. The issue in the past was that you couldn't do that, and there was also reporting for each of these categorical funds. By moving just $1, we avert having to do the reporting process because we no longer are held to those same reporting issues, and we can move out of the designated categoricals into the others. Now, we have not done that, but we want the ability to do it if we need to. But most of all, we like the fact that we don't have to do that special reporting or matching that may be required.
I guess we could ask, if we ever had to do that, you would notify us.
Correct. We would come back with, yet again, budget transfers that would indicate to the board that we are moving those monies. So even though it's for $1, in the next part of the fiscal services, that part will take place, where we come to the board.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. That takes us to fiscal services item number 3, adoption of resolution number 031513-1, categorical flexibility for fiscal year 2012-2013. Do I have a motion to?
So move.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any additional questions on this topic for Wade or anyone?
I would add that the report to the Chancellor's office is due on the movement of money from one categorical to the other by March 28th, but as soon as you vote on this, I will press the send button today.
We're going to make it wait.
For a whole dollar.
For the whole dollar.
Okay, any other discussion or questions? Hearing none. Student trustee, this is a roll call vote, Mr. President.
Trustee Campbell? Aye. Trustee Sanchez?
Aye.
Trustee Broughton?
Aye.
Trustee O'Neill?
Aye.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Marmon?
Aye.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Move the dollar. Excuse me, that takes us to item fiscal services number 4, notice of completion of infrastructure upgrade phase 3, demolition of Wells Project Southwest Pump and Drilling Inc. Do I have a motion to approve the notice of completion as presented? So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
I knew it.
As a farmer, I have to say, I never understand why we would demolish a well. You can always go back and repair a well. If you want to drill a new well, it's a whole new set of government processes to go through. So, as a farmer, this really bugs me out.
As a non-farmer, I've been bothered by it also because we lived on well water here for 50 years, and I still don't understand why we're doing this. I haven't understood it from the get-go, even though Steve has greatly
He certainly
has tried to make us understand it. But I am in sympathy with you, Trustee Broughton. Is there anything, Steve, that we should know about this that we don't already know?
That it's completed.
Maybe. It is. There were actually 2 wells that we.
I know.
One of those has not been operational since the early 60s when the campus was built. It was actually taken out of service then, and we were required by the health department to cap it off properly. The other physically was in a way that could provide for future land use, also had power that came from a building that's being renovated. We would have had additional costs to move the power to it for some potential use, and had transite lines running out of it that we felt like we did not want to use anymore. So the reason why we have the 1 well remaining that pumps into the tank, 750,000 gallons for irrigation now, is to not buy that water. But we also have lost the 2 positions required if you have a well, in which case we were a non-transitory water district. So we were required to have an always certified supervisor and an always certified well operator. We no longer have either of those 2 positions anymore. So moving the wells, keeping the 1 well that was in best shape, pumping it into the tank, allowed us to keep a well on the site if we needed to, use it for our irrigation water, and then now we buy a much smaller amount, but our domestic water comes from the water district.
Right. But that sounds like a lot of water, but when you look at water as acre feet, it's nothing.
We will not bring another well back.
You don't say never, you never know.
Trustee Broughton, we will not bring another well back to the board for destruction.
You never know.
Is there any other discussion regarding construction of this well?
There aren't any more left.
Exactly, on this property.
Hearing none. Student trustee Campbell.
I'm going to say aye.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye, I'm voting aye because it's already done.
Opposed? Motion is carried. All right, number 5. Fiscal services, item number 5, notice of completion of infrastructure upgrade phase 3, non-portable water system crossover project from COD Industries, Inc. Do I have a motion to approve the notice of completion as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Is that potable water?
Non-portable.
Oh, portable?
Potable.
Did I say portable?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We were gonna transport
I just
it.
wanted to point out as a
Close
coach
my
that I
will,
noticed
too.
that.
Thank you, Trustee Mormon. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none. Student Trustee Campbell.
Aye.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Fiscal Services, item number 6, change order number 1, infrastructure upgrade, campus gas line connection project, Kincaid Industries, Inc. Do we have a motion to approve? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Student Trustee Campbell?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carried. Number 7, change order number 1, Math Science Technology Project, CT Giorgio Painting.
Yet again. So moved.
Do we have a motion?
I'm second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I can't pause for a breath with this crowd. I think it's your party, Stan. You got everybody excited.
Some of us started lunch.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Student Trustee Campbell.
Aye.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion has carried. Number 8, change order number 001-002, Math Science Technology Center, ISEC, Inc. Do I have a motion to approve the change order as presented?
So moved.
Second.
We have the motion, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
This has to do with the fact that we had delays. This is kind of a compromise.
Yes. And it's also on here because it's over the 10% is the other reason too.
But we should notice on these that these change orders are being accommodated from the overall project funding.
Right.
That was that email question and answer that we had.
And I think we originally were told it was going to be a lot more than that and bargained it down. So.
Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none. Student Trustee Campbell?
Aye.
Aye. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Fiscal Services, item number 9, change order number 3, Math Science Technology Center Project, Sierra Laving Company. Do I have a motion to approve the change order as presented?
So moved.
Been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Student Trustee Campbell?
Aye.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Academic Affairs, curriculum modification. Do I have a motion to approve the curriculum modifications as presented?
You do?
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes. I'm happy to see that we have some ESL course reactivations, and I know that those were put together with a lot of thought. In some future meeting, I'd like to hear about it. You know, just what's happening there. And also, it looks to me like some things have been, I might say they appear only to be renumbered, but in such a way that they look perhaps they're more transferable. So in general, I know that our curriculum committee puts in a lot of time, and each one of these modifications, activations or deactivations, are decided upon not just by saying, gee, we're tired of teaching this class, but this class isn't relevant anymore, so we need to move this part of the information that still is into this class, but it's still interesting for us to hear, so that we're current when we go to the community and they say, what you offer, we're telling them what our current stand is. Thank you for all the hard work.
And
Chairman O'Neill, I'm very happy that you're adding more ESL classes here for the College of the Desert. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to share in all our communities this type of curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone other?
Yes, I was really happy to see the Desert Naturalist Certificate of
Isn't that
Achievement.
wonderful to have these
That
certificates?
is wonderful.
Very nice certificates.
Trustee O'Neill, I, at this point, would just like to also acknowledge the work of the curriculum committee, Doug Redmond, Zarell, and others on as we were making some of these modifications. The timing was relatively fast to make some of these modifications. I know staff worked hard to assist in that process, but again, it's very important that the faculty are very engaged in this process, and they really did a lot of work to pull this together. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's very important. Any other comments or discussion? All right. Hearing none, student trustee Campbell? Aye. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion has carried. Okay, we have finished the action agenda. And we are now moving on to item for information, AP 4105, distance education.
I have a comment on that, Chairman O'Neill. Based on recent legislation of Darrell Steinberg that's going to be coming out, I believe it came out on Wednesday, I'm not sure of the date. So is that going to play any, with the recent legislation, on what we're doing out here at the College of the Desert based? Have we considered that? It's the person.
Anytime there are, Trustee Sanchez, anytime there are legislative changes that affect how we deliver our education, we typically have to change our board policy, maybe even procedure. And so if the Steinberg legislation actually does come through, we would then revisit this language to make sure we're in compliance with the law. And if not, we'd have to adjust our policies.
Thank you for answering that, because it's on the legislation this week. And
it appears that there are a lot of issues were handled in this work that was done. And of course, distance education has always been a concern of everybody, and that we do it correctly. And there's all different kinds of distance education, and I think it's the future for us. So I appreciate that work.
So I'm thinking I need a copy of that too.
I never got this.
we never got, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
I sort of need a copy of this.
Okay.
I never saw it before.
It wasn't in the
It was not in my
No.
packet, it's not in my binder, it's not in my iPad version, it's nowhere.
It protects us too in some of the things in the way we do it. I think that's important.
We will provide hard copies of this and electronic copies. And again, this is an information item, but I want to make sure that you.
I want to make sure that the board understands that I was the only one that got a copy of this.
Well, we're glad that you got that copy. It's important that you got that.
And it's very long, too.
It may be on a later version. It's not on the version I have.
Even they're looking at no-show drop procedures. How do you do that on online education? You know, when do you actually have, what do you have to do to drop officially? And if you don't do anything, when does it catch you?
Okay, it's at the back of this one. There's a hard copy here.
Okay, great.
Okay, but where is it on the?
There's 7 other ones.
It's items for information. Is where it should be.
But
Go to your agenda, items for information.
yes, thank you.
Fine?
Yes, I have.
No,
Did you hit items for information?
yeah, I don't have an item of
I
information.
didn't have it either.
No, on your agenda.
I don't have it on my agenda.
The draft?
No,
Who's on first?
Who's on? I don't know what we're doing.
some members are working with the draft that was
Yes.
initially sent out. And that obviously I didn't add, I'm guessing. So, but
No, I
yesterday,
had it with the
when I
draft.
sent it Tuesday or Monday, whenever the final went out, it was included in that. But everybody was still working off the
Right,
draft.
and,
And I didn't point out that
right,
that was.
and when I asked what was changed,
Yeah.
that one of them?
What was always on there, you just didn't have a copy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now we're all on
Is it
first.
correction?
Okay.
Send it to me.
We're all on first now, right?
Okay,
It's
I
on,
thought maybe-
it's on this version, the last version.
Well, I'll go back to the last version, but
No,
that's not what I've been working from.
They're on the last
On
version.
the last version, okay. Let me go back to my email.
So we all sort of have it now. So we can look at it over the next 4 weeks and then we'll be up to speed. Okay, now that we've degenerated. Is there any more discussion on that item or any, is that other than information?
Just look at it.
Okay.
I would like maybe in a future agenda, have an update on where we're at with distance education, so in the next board, maybe I'll wait for suggestions for future agenda. I'll wait until.
We're there. Go ahead, Trustee Sanchez.
Okay, so just having the items for information, the distance education, and just kind of having an update. Maybe the person, Joel, who was, I don't know who's the person.
No, we can just add that to the list. And each meeting we do this. And one thing that I mentioned that I need to do is sit down with Leanne and the board chair and look at all those topics and us look and see what complements one another so that we can lay out a series of dates so that we can bring the request forward. So, and I think we can pull that together.
Okay.
And then there's some items that I kind of want to know. This is a concern of mine. Having received the agenda, and I wanted to add something to the agenda, and I'm sure there are going to be times when other board members want to add items to the agenda that are pertinent to their projects and for the benefit of the College of the Desert. Just wanted to know when I received the first draft, I wanted to add something to the agenda. What is the process?
I happen to have the copy of that again.
Thank you.
And and please, Dr. Kinnaman, jump in here. When the draft agenda is received, that is for the agenda has already been developed based on comments such as were made a few minutes ago by you, Trustee Sanchez Holton, for future meetings. When we get the draft agenda, that is for us to review those items that were posted on the agenda, and you have in front of you the board policy for items getting on the agenda. We can add items in the last minute. They have to be emergency or urgency situation in order for us to meet the requirements of the Brown Act. Otherwise, the usual process is to submit a request to the superintendent president's office, usually via our assistant, who will then bring that forward to the superintendent president, who develops the agenda for us. When you get the draft agenda, that agenda is already fairly set up, and it's too late to add to that agenda. The purpose of that agenda for being sent to you is for you to review your questions, your understanding, getting, like we've had a number of questions sent in this time for answers, and then the final agenda is posted according to the Brown Act rules. But between that, that's already too late to change the agenda, to add an item, unless it's an urgency or an emergency situation.
And who deems it as an emergency or urgent, Chairman O'Neill?
Well, there's an emergency situation that's defined in the Brown Act, and if I remember, maybe Dr. Kinnaman, it's been a while since I looked at that part, but maybe you can jump in here.
Yes, it is defined in the Brown Act, and it's unforeseen, unexpected, and so it's more that acts of whatever language.
Okay. In an emergency case
Yes.
situation. So
So
let me
if we have a fire, or we have a flood, or we have those types of things that are outside of our control.
Someone is not able to do a job they were previously doing, and we don't have a procedure that, so we have, the board needs to okay this other person step in.
Or if we have to move on a contract or something within a specific period of time to make it happen. And if we delayed it to the next meeting, it would be too late to make that event happen. Then that's an urgency situation.
So what we could do is pull the language and provide that to the board on what emergencies.
So example, there have been some items that it's taken a long time, but that the board's been requesting certain things to be looked at in more depth, like let's say the nursing program, and we got a report. What happens if we want to bring in something else? There was something I wanted to bring forth, I think I asked in the last meeting. Do I need to give an actual timeline saying in our future agenda in the April meeting, do I need to state that so that could be put on the agenda?
Actually, I think what I was recommending a second ago when you brought up the most recent request is that we do have a list that we work through, and what I believe we should do, and it hasn't been a practice here, is to go ahead and identify dates throughout the year and topics and bring them back to the board to look at those topics and those dates so that you would know when to expect them, and then staff would also be able to prepare knowing what those dates are, and then we could have staff, be looking out over the whole next year and knowing when certain things are going to be presented and what the topics are going to be. And that's what I would recommend is that working with the board president that we develop that, and we could develop that on an annual basis. We maybe at our organizational meetings, when we do our organizational meetings in the fall, we could develop a whole calendar that has what the topics are, and also brainstorm at that time what types of things would the board like for feedback on and more information on, and so we could formalize that process much more.
Okay, so if I want to bring a topic, I've noticed that a lot, just being only here 100 days, that a lot of the topics come from internally, yet when a board member has been asking these questions for a long, long time, they're not on the top of the list. That's my concern. So you're going to have an annual, I don't think that's appropriate. I think if a board member or faculty wants to add something, I think we should have that type of leeway in accordance with the Brown Act. So I don't know.
There is a thing, if you look at the board policy at the bottom, it says an item may be resubmitted after the expiration of a 90-day period. It's supposed to be put onto an agenda within 90 days if warranted or if needed. And then if it's not, then it can be resubmitted by a board member.
Possibly we could periodically get an update about what's on our list to be discussed, and we could, if we have really priority in one area, not a whole year apart, but maybe every quarterly or something, we see what's on the list come up, and if it's no longer on the list, we can reinsert it, or we can ask if it would be moved up if at all possible.
And I think Dr. Kinnaman's suggestion is not eliminating
No, I
other
don't think
topics.
it's mutually exclusive. I think it would be a focus for curriculum, might be one focus, and bond program or bill or facilities. Even when we're past the bond, there's still going to be interest in facilities and changes, and would be another one. I'm dreaming of that type of that kind of thing.
Those are exactly the types I was thinking, and there may be smaller things that could be addressed, either just written correspondence from me or others, or even wrapped into my report or staff's report whenever we're giving updates.
And that's what's frequently happens with many of our requests. They're put into a staff report, so it's not a separate item on the agenda. It's wrapped into someone else's report to the board.
But I'm just saying, for open and transparency, a board member may have, let me give you an example. I'm seeing a need for open and transparency on the copy of the minutes of the alumni and the foundation. I think currently we get, just for everyone's knowledge, we get the minutes of the bond reports, we get the minutes of the policy, the different committees, yet maybe I'm wrong. Do we get a copy of the minutes for the alumni and the foundation? I don't know.
And alumni aren't.
They're just questions that.
Perhaps in so we don't get off task here, because Carlos is giving me the
Getting
eye.
fidgety, yeah.
No, it's a
that
future item on the agenda, Chairman.
What we need to do is have an explanation of who does report to us and what our responsibilities are, for example, to the foundation, to the alumni. And I think that would be one of the items we would ask Dr. Kinnaman to add to our list of future discussion topics.
Foundation tends to wonder if you don't really keep it high on. That's your information. Good point. I found that I usually have success in bringing things up with the president if I wait out there early in the morning behind a tree with Stewie, he's walking from his car and he's in a good mood, and I jump out. It works sometimes.
You usually get anything you want whenever you get Stewie.
I know. I'm going to have to start putting him under the table somewhere.
Okay, Student Trustee Campbell, do you have any suggestions for future agenda items?
I do not.
All right. Trustee Broughton.
I kind of want to review what we've talked about. We've talked about a bond report soon, but that's one of those things I can't say, oh, it's got to be next month, because it's got to be, when it's got to be. We want to keep hearing about the student success, how we're fitting into that. We want to know, and this sort of goes with the curriculum thought, that we'd like to know about the changes in the ESL and how we're serving the community. And then Mary Jane's comment about, and the way you clarified it, so that we have some kind of idea about how we're working with these various groups that are so kind as to work to help support the college. I think that's my list.
Trustee Stefan?
I'm going to be Becky's devil advocate here. I want to have an update on the East Valley campus.
Yes!
Again.
And how much did she pay you?
Nothing. That was my baby way back.
Anything else? Is that it?
No, I'm just going to stick with that for now. I'll wait 90 days.
Okay.
And then I'll resubmit.
Trustee Marmon, anything for future agendas?
I fell down on this one. At one point, I got to the president at a weak spot and talked about the possibility if I were to look in and get more information on defibrillators for this campus. And I haven't got all the information, but we're thinking that maybe they could be in key spots, and you could probably get them for around $1,000 a piece. And we could get 10 of them. Because we care about our students, we care about our faculty, and it would be nice to have a few around. One could be in the nurse's office, one of them in the administration office, one in the cafeteria, one with the trainer, one in the gym, one in the library maybe. I don't know where all, but I would think maybe 10 or 12 would probably cover fairly well. One could be with security, cover the district and our...
What kind of training would Joe need to use that?
A lot of the new ones, you can't even kill somebody if you wanted to. I mean, it walks you right through, and if you don't need it, it won't shoot. So they really improved them, and it's gotten to a point where I think it might be something, if we can get the information at a decent price, we could maybe talk about. And so I'll try to get that information and pass it on.
I have to comment, I remember when Joyce Moore was here and she tried this very same project.
What are you bringing that up?
I mean, things come around. Maybe we'll make it this time.
You walk down in an airport and they got them there now. They're supposedly foolproof. Now, if you're a fool, up to you.
Not going there.
I don't have any future agenda suggestions. So we will go to board. Oh, I thought you did.
Yes.
I thought you were finished. Oh, I'm sorry.
Another item. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Just at the beginning.
There's a 3-minute limit here.
Okay. Something that I've seen as a best practice at all the community colleges in the state of California is the Puente project. If we can add that as a list in regards of The Puente project, Adrian, you're a little bit familiar. Can you just?
This is not, I got my pink card, and it's not appropriate for us to be discussing this now. We're just listing items.
Okay, but we're just listing our items, thank you. Another one would be is an update of the DHS campus on the list for our future agenda, just to get always a little update on that.
DHS, what does that mean?
Desert Hot Springs campus. And something that I think maybe we could talk about, and it will be up to the board if they want to initiate that. Doing, implementing like some boards do, type of COD trivia and kind of give people a history. Did you know that COD has been a historical significance? I think that would be great to have at our board meetings. Maybe a motto or inspirational motto in the start of our meetings, or something that we can add as, did you know COD was home to the Lakers spring training? Did you know? So we could just, I don't know if any of the board members here would like to take on bringing trivia, historical trivia of COD at every board meeting, and then secondly, the other item I mentioned. So, I don't know. We could do that, having an inspirational motto in the beginning of anything. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all been covered now.
Yep.
We are open up now for board comments. Trustee Martin, do you want to begin?
Yes, thank you. I have a statement to read. It's to the board. Dear Mr. O'Neill, Madonna and I came to the desert and College of the Desert in 1969. She completed her RN degree here, and all three of our children graduated from COD and then from California four-year institutions. I truly believe in this college, and I'm proud to say the College of the Desert has an outstanding new board and superintendent president, and we have superior faculty, staff, and leading-edge programs. I respectfully submit my resignation as trustee of this board in the conclusion of this meeting. It has been an honor and privilege to have served the trustees of the College of the Desert for over 6 years. Long ago, I resolved I would not seek re-election for another term. I believe it is now timely to step aside so the selection process may be started to terminate the most qualified individual to serve this worthy institution. I would like to thank my family, and especially my wife, Madonna, for putting up with me during these challenging times. I also wish to thank my colleagues for their hard work and support, and I know President Kinnaman and the leadership team will continue to guide the college in the right decision and direction. Thank you.
John, it's been a privilege and an honor to serve with you.
I was going to applause, but I didn't want to be misinterpreted.
That's what I was looking for.
John, it's been a privilege and an honor to serve with you over these years. You've opened the board's eyes to a lot of things. You've kept your ear to the ground on campus. You've kept us abreast of things that we otherwise wouldn't have been aware of. And I know you'll be missed, not only by the board, myself, but by the college and the community. And I hope you'll be back and joining us and keeping us to the grindstone still.
Phone number's in the phone book.
Oh, I believe you have mine too. I hope you use it.
Thank you.
Trustee Broughton.
John, I'll certainly miss you. We came on the board together. I probably would have never run without your encouragement. I've enjoyed working with you, but I'm beginning to feel a little strange because this is 2 boards we've been on together and 2 boards you've left while I was on it. So I'm beginning to think maybe it's me.
Possibly.
I'm sure that Madonna and the rest of your family will enjoy having more of your time. But
You're really going out there.
but Donna may enjoy knowing that she can get up and go
Go
and
do something.
visit the grandchild and somebody will be there to
Yeah.
take care of Stewie. But okay. I hope to see you often. I've enjoyed working with you, and I look forward to our friendship remaining close.
Thank you, Becky.
Trustee Sanchez.
It's been an honor, and I've just been here 90 days, but you've mentored me on being a board member. I think just explaining everything on how a board works, your commitment to the College of the Desert, your passion for the students, and the betterment of open and transparent for this college. And I'm sure all your fellow board members, the faculty and staff would see your leadership that you have given this college and your dedication, but I'm sure your family commitment is something that is worthwhile. I'm just so honored to have met you and to have served.
Thank you, Mary Jane. I hope to still chat with you quite a bit. Always well.
Student Trustee Campbell, you have anything to say?
You're leaving me already? I'm going to stay awake. I need more coffee now. It's a really pleasure working with you, John. You keep the board awake for sure. You keep us excited, and with your jokes, and you're really updated. I mean, you know a lot of information, and you kept me going. Sorry to hear that you're leaving us. Now I have no chance. Now I have to revise what I'm going to say on my speech when I leave here. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't joking. I was serious all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, you're serious.
Thank you.
President Kim, do you want to say something?
I do actually, John. It's been great, and it's been an interesting 9 months or so, and I appreciate you helping me finesse through a lot of it. And your ear's always on the ground, and you always giving me a heads up on things so that I didn't end up on my head, and I appreciate that as well. And I'm confident that you'll continue to do that, because I know that you care so much about the college, and you've got passion about the college, and so I'm going to continue to look for your counsel on different things as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let me say something. I think looking around the room, maybe Zarel, I don't even know if Zarel, but I think I'm the person in here that knows you the longest. No? Pam? Since what?
Since I was a student.
Oh my God! All right, you win. We've known each other since 1990. I don't think I knew that John had anything under her hat until about 20 or 5 when I first saw him without a hat on. I didn't recognize him actually, because he always wore a hat. He always wore his cap. And it's been a great pleasure to work with you as a colleague. And we did a lot of good things when we were working together as a team, as colleagues here. And I would not be here, sitting here, if it were not for you and your encouragement when this position became open and I applied. I guess I should be angry at you, but I'm not for that. I will miss you because you bring a lot of, as people have said, you bring a lot of aspect to the board that we don't always get. And because of us working together, I know we've accomplished some things. Just one off the top of my head, we wouldn't have a board attorney if it wasn't for you pushing, and I jumped on board. And John has done a lot to move this board, excuse me, from a passive board to an active board, and not an intrusive board, but an active board. And I think that's very important to note. He will be greatly missed because he keeps us motivated and keeps us focused on many areas that we might lose sight of. And I appreciate you as a colleague, as a friend, and I wish you the best. I can fully understand why you want to retire. I don't think people realize what a stressful job this is. Yeah. And you work 24/7 and you don't get paid much to do it, do you, John? So I wish you the best personally and to your family.
I never run away from anything, and I'm not running. I will still be around. It's just maybe time to do this.
any other board comments today? I think we are going to adjourn the meeting in honor of Donald Cravens, and as we sit in the building that bears his name. Meeting adjourned.